magnificent. Craved al philathilim.
How may I help?
What is it? Of course.
Craved al philathilim.
Well? Curse your eyes!
How may I help? Yes? These ones are in for a walloping!
I wish you no harm.
Not even slowing it down!
That's not very helpful.
is it?
Craved al philathilim.
Yes?
This!
My end comes to all things in time. Seal the frost-hewn breach and instruct the pilgrims in the patience of Remergond.
As you wish.
Did you hear that? About our awakenings being permanent? This does look like Theos' kind of place.
Brave Dalfilathirliw. Following your lead.
Yes.
Yes?
Off then. What is it?
How may I help?
Hey. What?
How may I help?
What?
Roact.
Not even slowing it.
Brave Dalfilathirliw.
Stand still. Well?
Brave Dalfilathirliw.
No prison! What is it? Kill them!
How may I help?
Yes. Hey.
How may I help?
Your thoughts must flow deep.
I'll let Margaren's fire bless them. Well? Bring them down. Yes. Yes. As you wish.
Brave Dalfilathirliw.
No prisoners!
Thoughts were dulled.
Following your lead.
Hey. Well? Most inconvenient move! As you wish.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Yes. As you wish.
How may I help?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Yes?
What?
Stuck over here.
Stuck!
How may I help?
Let's have it out! Of course.
If those Delamgon are right, you and I are stuck with our awakenings. Not quite the news I was hoping for. Surely, you painter! Means I'm crimmed in this one's skull until he manages to get himself quelled. Please don't do that. It's bad enough knowing that I truly am stuck with her now. Overstarched tunics, burnt toast, Rawatai sherry, those are not that bad. But having a stranger pop in and out of your head at will? It's strange. I've lived with her most of my life, and I've always seen her as an adversary. It should have occurred to me the day she stood up to my father. But there's something about being too close to a situation to see it clearly. That's a charming way to think of things. And not an unpleasant one. That reminds me of something else the Delamgon said. About the gods not being real. Yes, I suppose so. Still, I can't help but worry at the state we'd be in if that were somehow true. If there were no power guiding us in this life and shepherding us to the next. I hope you're right.
Brave Dalfila Thilim.
Well?
Aye? Hey.
Following your lead.
Yes.
How may I help?
Following your lead.
What?
Yeah. Yes?
What is it?
Brave.
What?
Rith Uligna! How may I help? Hey.
Following your lead.
Moe.
Brave.
How may I help? Lava will be on seek!
Moe. Ixi. Ana. As you wish.
Elfila
How may I help?
What is it? Kill them all! That's it! Let's have...
I shall.
Well? Hounds. Loyal to a fault without a mind of their own, and a crack of your staff sends them whimpering. What better symbol for Gallowayne could there be?
We can't stay down here. Someone must go to the nest eventually. Just how are we supposed to worship the Sky Mother from among the weeds, hmm? This is a disgrace.
Calm yourself. We should be grateful that she protected us from the Winged Terror. Besides, even here we have a visitor. A vision from the goddess herself? What a rare and fortunate blessing.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Well?
Hey.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Aye?
What is it?
Aye?
Yes? Well? Yes?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Brave Dalfilathili.
How may I help?
What is it?
Hey.
Well?
Hey.
So much for you!
Your thoughts.
Fortune! I'll let Margaret's fight! Yes?
Aye?
Bless this!
shed no blood. Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Well?
Following your lead.
I have them!
Hey,
What is it? Of course.
hey,
Following your lead.
Well?
Brave Dalfilathili.
hey.
Following your lead.
What? Yes.
Yeah.
What is it?
Hi? Yes? Hey,
Following your lead.
yes?
Brave Dalfilathili.
That's not very...
I wish you...
What?
Following your lead.
My mind feels shattered.
What is it? I have them!
Roak 10. Brave Dalfila Thilim.
Yes?
Hey,
What?
Following your lead.
yes? Hey,
They both slumber.
Curse your eye!
hey,
Need a boy
isn't
needs to
going
get his
as I
head out
hoped.
of books and into the fight.
just get quiet.
Leave it!
All right, then.
Well? Yes.
Brave Dalfilath Yulim.
Yes.
Yes?
What?
Hey.
Well?
Following your lead.
You're not getting through me.
Let's have it out!
I shall end. Shed no blood.
How may I help?
A fatigued mind is a weakened.
What is it?
I?
What is it?
Brave Dalfilath Yulim.
Bring them down!
Hey.
What is it?
Your
Yes?
What?
thoughts must flow.
Brave Dalfilath Yulim.
Hey. Lava will be on seek!
What is it?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
What is it?
Brave Dalfilath Yulim.
What? Lavarul!
Yes?
What is it?
Hey.
Well?
Hey.
Yes?
Well? Well? If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door. You see many things that aren't there, Watcher. Perhaps the symbol was for your disappearing sanity, and we are to bid it farewell while you still have the wits to grieve for it. That symbol? The Godhammer. No riddle there, Watcher. It took 12 of us to build the Godhammer. Afterward, I took my leave of all of them to see what Margren had in store for me. I've seen none of them since. Your kind has a way of interpreting its visions to fit the version of the truth you like best. But Margren's flame leaves no room for interpretation. Waste the time of others with your distortions and your fever dreams. It's always the way of the mad to try to convince others of a reality only they can see. But when your doctrine's the truth, it requires no convincing. Oh. Well?
Brave thou Philothelim.
Well?
Yes? Hey.
Brave thou Philothelim.
What is it? Well?
Aye?
Following your lead.
Hey.
Following your lead.
What is it?
My mind
You're seeking! Stern!
Rith Uli! As you wish. Hey. How may I help?
Yes. You're seeking! Well, bring them down! Bring them!
Hey.
Act 10! Yes? Brave.
Aye?
Lava will be on sea!
I shall dig.
This isn't working!
Aye? Damn it! I shall. How may I help?
Yes?
Brave Dalfilathilim.
Bring them down!
Hey. Aye?
Well, of course.
I tried to pet a Stelgar once. Similar outcome.
In Tekoa, we have a memorial for the Saints' War. They say a Rawatai artillery master contributed to the Godhammer bomb. I wondered
Of course. You want Rawatai to be a part of this history. Crow about how your people helped the Deerwood. Maybe your Ranganui lied, Amawa.
On second thought, I'll ask Adair.
Estremor.
Hail, traveler.
So you will go to your king and what?
Of course.
Implore him to curb his violent impulses? At the word of a heroic academic?
You don't usually grace me with your flattery, priest. What merits this attention?
All Rawatai's history is war, same as everyone. If only the world were led by soft-hearted giants who waste their muscles stroking their own quills. Oh, wouldn't that be grand?
I'm content to remain a burr in your boots. But here, if you but stand on the docks, you can single-handedly ensure no one ever sails to the Deerwood again.
As you wish.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Hey. How may I help? You're not getting through. Of course.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Well?
Aye? Hey,
What? About... What is it? Bring them down! Kill them up!
Following your lead. Following your lead. Roak 10!
yes?
So much for you!
Following your lead.
Not even slowing it down!
My mind feels sharp.
That's it!
Yes? Roak 10!
As you wish.
Hey,
Following your lead.
What? What is it?
My, that is large.
Vermin invading my nest. I will protect my last hatchling to the death! And that death will be yours, rodent. And of the sky and all winged creatures, even my kind know of her. I came to care for my remaining hatchling. My kind requires territory. Few places are safe for our young. This is a lesson that cost me the rest of my brood. So be it. Go then, and with my thanks.
Yes? Of course. What? What is it?
You journeyed to my temple and found the dragon. Yet instead of driving it off, you allowed it to stay. The songs of my faithful will never again fill the nest, and the beast and her young will slaughter many to feed their hunger. And even in a creature so fierce you find tenderness. Your heart is compassionate, Watcher. Your soul is perceptive. There is something else I would ask of you. You must stop Theos. And you must undo the tragedy he has wrought. When you reach the Burial Isle, you will find souls there that I have granted reprieve for their sins. I give these to you, for only they can bear you to safety on your journey down. And when you face Theos and the rotting fruits of his endeavors, remember the conversation we have had. In that moment, you will have power rival. Choose Restoration, Watcher. Return the souls to the bodies they were stolen from. Swear to me that you will do this, and I shall give you power to make even Woodica quake. I can be merciful and terrible, Watcher.
What? What? What is it, Watcher? It stinks of her. It is justice, but if her greater purpose was to think Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys, Widewyn had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Woodica's... Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos... Must we always be tools of gods? If Woodica and Margrin, if they are the cause of this, the Hollowborn, if the purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back... No, I am glad to have walked this far. Perhaps it was what I was meant to see. With a watcher's eyes. All these dances of words and intrigues. Machines of men, twisted, ripping the souls of children, and by the gods. The goddess of justice. Woodica, she must answer to her own justice. Anyone with a shred of spirit seeks both justice and punishment. It burns in the heart of anyone who lives. All seek it. If the world does not balance, we all drown in the oceans. And the gods would not care. Margrin, she must be redeemed. And punishing Woodica, that will serve. Is this some final joke at my expense? To test my faith further? And why would you think that, Watcher? If all you have are questions, then I have enough of those. She is a bitch of a goddess, to be sure. But even a whore only goes so far in crossing those she serves. That is all you have, a feeling. If feelings provoked me to say every thought that crossed my mind, get gone and leave me to my thoughts. What? If doubts and curiosity plague you, your skin... She's a goddess, as fickle as they come. And with all the failings you'd expect of an empress and a whore. Too many eyes, too many wants, too much to hold on to. That's the failing of a god. More aspects than words to describe her, like most of them. I suspect the answers will seed more questions. Some, shaped for hunt and war. Abidan the Golem. Galawain and his beasts. The latter keeps us honest and awake. The other makes the tools by which we punish those who are not. Before, when you asked about allies, well now, ally, enemy, that's a skin's edge of difference in history, Zah. As you wish.
Stop right there! You're in the wrong city, Inquisitor. Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here, in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
Suros, what are you doing?
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady, daring to approach our camp.
Do I know you? I would like for you to stay here, in our camp.
My Lady Ivara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
This is a missionary, same as I was. Taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one man's ability to reason, once he knows the truth, what hope do we have?
My lady, he admits being a spy!
That should make him less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most helpful. Many have died for us. These are not people we should be turning away. And if the Inquisition... Come, we have much to talk about. Do you remember when we were children, and the missionaries came to tell us about the gods? They told us we could see them in the stars. I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the... That fort burned down a few years ago, when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort. I miscalculated many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. I always knew this path would have consequences, but I never wanted to see Kratom suffer on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. If war is coming, I should be doing what Theos is doing. I will need allies. Allies on a stronghold that can resist an invading army. Osionis. They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith.
Another turn, Inquisitor. I ask again, Jovara Ixensios, do you confess to these heresies of which you stand accused? Do you confess to apostasy?
I confess to renouncing a mistake.
Do you confess to conspiracy against the one true faith?
I confess to opening minds.
Do you confess to false prophecy?
I confess to following a false prophet.
Indeed. And where might we find this heretic?
He wears the robes of a Grand Inquisitor.
You have no followers here, heretic. Your lies hold no sway in the court of the penitents.
Only my truth, then.
Another turn.
No! Wait! Wait! I'm ready. I'm ready.
You are ready to give a confession?
I'm ready to hear one from you.
After what seems like an eternity, your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath. Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the...
Well, that went better than I expected.
Everyone all right? No shattered knees?
Good. Just me, then.
That was bracing.
This place is cursed.
Brave thou Philothelim.
Hey.
Yes?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
What?
How may I help?
Yes.
Hey.
Yes. No prisoner! Yes.
Yes? Hey.
Ice!
That's not very helpful.
Thoughts were dulled.
Brave Dalfilathilim.
How may I help?
What? Here's a...
Aye?
lesson to be taught is pests. Hathek Murthen Rock. No! Stand still! What is it?
Roak 10! Brave Dalfilathilim.
Hey.
Sense soul fading.
What is it?
Brave Dalfilathilim.
Kill them all!
How may I help? Hey.
Yes?
What?
Aye?
Hoth. Well?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Hey.
Don't even going at now!
That's it! Hey. Hey. Yeah. I shall.
Well?
That's not very helpful.
You can trust me.
Yes? Let's end this!
Curses! Mow it!
Hey.
No prisoner!
Yes? Let's
Find your aim!
That's not very helpful.
Following your lead. Let's...
What?
I shall deal with
I'll let Margaret's fire bless this one.
Following your lead.
I'll let Margaret's fire...
Following your lead. Your tail ends here! Let's end this!
Powers there.
Well? Of course.
Brave Dalfilathili.
Aye? Hey.
What?
Yes?
What is it?
Stand still!
How may I help?
Brave Dalfilathil.
Yes?
Lavaru beyond seek!
Watch where you're aiming that thing!
Yeah. Yes?
I shall deal with this one! Damn it! We gotta take better
Lavaru beyond seek! What? Brith Uligna.
Quieter?
Of course. Hey. What?
Yes?
How may I help?
Yes. As you wish. Well?
Yes?
Hey. What?
Yes?
Hey. Arthek word and law. Yes.
Yes?
Lavaru!
What has happened?
That's not very helpful.
Beyond seek. Yes.
This one repels my touch.
Moen X. Lavarur beyond seek. Lavarur beyond seek.
This one repels my touch.
As you wish.
Following your lead.
Hey,
Brave Dalfilathilim.
that's not very helpful.
Well?
You're not getting through me.
How may I help?
Yes.
Yeah.
Brith Ulikda!
Lavarur beyond seek!
Thoughts were done.
Lavarur beyond seek!
Brith Ulikda!
No! Stand!
Brith Ulikda!
What?
This isn't working!
This one repels my touch.
Let's have it out! Kill them all!
This one repels my touch.
Not even slowing it down! Yes. Well?
Brave Dalfilathilim.
Hey,
Yes?
Yes. What? More than wrath.
Following your lead.
What? Yes.
Yes? Your tale ends here!
Kill them all! Of course.
Brave Dalfilathilim.
This repels my touch.
Yes.
Yes?
What?
Hey.
Shed no. I wish you no harm. I wish you no harm.
Yes? Hey.
Here's a lesson to be...
Your tale ends here.
What is it? Navarro beyond your seek. Well, Navarro beyond your seek. Well, Navarro beyond your seek. Kill. No, bring them down.
My thoughts must float. I wish you no harm.
Navarro beyond your seek.
I?
This one repels me.
I shall deal with this one.
Bring them down.
Brave Dalfilathilim.
No prisoners.
Well,
Owen.
That's the...
I'll let Margaret's fire bless this one. If it makes you rest, let's burn this away. I'll let Margaret's fire bless...
That's not very helpful.
This one repels me.
brave Dalfilathilim.
Don't even slow it down! Well?
I? Ulu Ten! Aspect Worth and Wrath!
What is it? Of course. Shh.
I'll give it a try, at least.
You've come back. I had thought to have set you on the right path ages ago. Or did I merely fail a second time? You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here? I'd hoped after our last discussion you would find what you sought. Has it eluded you all this time? I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice. After all this time, he would still stand against the tide. I will tell you what I remember. I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true. That the gods aren't real.
I dreaded the idea from the moment the Delimgon suggested it. And yet, it almost feels like a relief. She's not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
But that's not... Is that the truth we've come for? That even the gods are false?
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people. I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public. They were conceived by Engwyth, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Engwythans sought an end to it. They devoted generation after generation. They prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to... The Engwythan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them. And in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs, everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own. What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
That's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. What if it were forbidden knowledge rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
Margren set a path for me. She is fickle and cruel, but that is how she teaches. You know nothing of the fires that have shaped me.
And what if the fires themselves were lies? Lies you told yourself to bridge the gap between experience and truth. What if you had always been alone, without guidance?
Well, as poorly as I've chosen my guides, I suppose it would be a comfort to know that I'm free of them.
The freedom has always been. It was the guidance that was the illusion. If all our common threads are spun from a lie, what's left to bind us together?
I don't know. I never found the answers I sought. But after all we have seen, I think the gods are not enough. Perhaps the threads are unraveling. I think maybe we are all meant to be divided. Every effort, every search for a single truth will end in failure. Because there is no single truth. We seek...
Threads spun from falsehoods tend to unravel on their own, my friend. For it is in our natures to seek truth. What if the cycle of birth and death is nothing more than a tool of endless preoccupation?
Isn't that what brought us here? Seeking the man who's haunted you for lifetimes? Who I've unwittingly...
A question is a journey, and a journey is what makes us who we are, it's true. But when one journey leads only to the next, then where may one find rest? I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple. But somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it? If that is truly what you believe, then you are a far different person than the one I knew. I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember? We knew little of each other before you arrived at my camp. You might have been anybody, which is why your choice meant everything. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who? I expected dissent. But I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. You denied me a chance to know your reasons. And even if you hadn't, some part of me would always know it didn't truly answer what I wished to know, nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made? At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish, but now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself will satisfy your needs. Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know. In a matter of speaking, this is Breath Yamen, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woedica is eternal. They linger above, at the side of the old court. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition. But time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning. You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then. They aid you because they would bend you to their own purposes. Engwith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and fit. But these souls, these forgiven, the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end. Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life. But that trial was my one moment of certainty, even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart. I could not say for sure, but you have been to Sun and Shadow before, and it came at a crossroads in your life, when much of what you knew had been upended. I have to believe it will come to you there. Your concerns then were of loyalty and trust and the gods. Everything I told, his words mattered to you when you knew him then. After you and I spoke, you went immediately to seek him out. Perhaps you simply sought confirmation from the man you trusted. If something from that time still troubles you, it may be something he told you then, or refused to tell you. He keeps secrets better than any in this world. You will not find a more resolute being on all of Eora. There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life. Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him. Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again. Your soul deserves an end to its suffering. I'm sorry, if ever we should meet again, in this life or...
So, it's true. The gods are a sham that people have followed for thousands of years. I can't see much, but I hear a noise like a pig choking on wet feed. So, I guess Durrance is breathing at least. Full of surprises, aren't you?
Look at that. A city to put all others to shame. And long lost.
Many spirits stir here, edged with anger, violence.
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. I missed most of it.
Brave Dalfilathirlim.
Hey.
Bring them down!
How may I help?
What is it? What is it? What is it? As you wish. Here's a lesson! Well?
Yes?
Yes.
How?
These... Let's have it out!
Yes.
Hey,
Yes?
rest up, big guy. We've got your
I
back.
cannot keep up this pace.
No prisoner!
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed. I wish you no harm.
Yes. No prisoner! Of course. What is it?
Brave Dalfilathilim.
Stand still!
Hey,
What is it?
Yes? Your tale ends here!
Not even slowing it down!
hi?
Beyond! I'll let my...
I shall deal with this one. Tanner, watch out! Yes? Indeed. Lavaru!
What is it?
Feeling the strain.
Kill them all! Just like an Adiran to go down fast. Arthek Worthen. What? Moe Ixi Ana. Not even slowing it down.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Hey,
My thoughts were dulled.
Moe Ixi Ana.
hey.
Yes. No! Kill them all! Why, there's a lesson to be taught! Kill them all!
Your thoughts must flow. Shed no blood.
Levaru beyond.
I cannot keep up this pace.
What is it?
You understand the value of a mystery watcher, a buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, Watcher, one you have lost and discovered over generations, and following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning. A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Woodika's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them? In a way. But something must be done, and hurling them from the machinery of other schemes is the truest course of action. No end, Watcher. That is the purpose. None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery. That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
We've been lied to. Our whole lives, and many lives before that. And it's led us to put our faith in a pantheon of gods that never deserved it in the first place. I'm surprised to hear you say this. It seems that much harm comes from imposing authority where perhaps none is needed. We've seen the atrocities that members of the Leaden Key have committed without even understanding why, or
For once, the half-souled elf is right. To live in ignorance is to allow the gods to have their way with us.
I've also been thinking. There won't be much left of Theos by the time you're done with him, if I know how you operate. That will leave the Leaden Key headless. Perhaps it's best it stays that way. Then let's face Theos. When this is all over, I'll make sure that no one...
Well?
Hey! Hey! You gotta stop it with that. I just about punched you to snap you out of it. You were saying things, but there weren't any words I ever heard. You were shaking so hard I thought you'd crack your spine. Well, it's nice to feel needed. I'd have woke you sooner, but I thought it'd be nice for you to be able to close your eyes a bit. Folks don't last long without sleep. You're twitchy these days. Reminds me of Meyerwald more than I'd like. Anything I can do, you just let me know. We've been lied to. Our whole lives, and many lives before that. And it's led us to put our faith in a pantheon of gods that never deserved it in the first place. I'm surprised to hear you say this. It seems that much harm comes from imposing authority where perhaps none is needed. We've seen the atrocities that members of the Leaden Key have committed without...
For once, the half-souled elf is right. To live in ignorance is to allow the...
I've also been thinking. There won't be much left of Theos by the time you're done with him, if I know how you operate. That will leave the Leaden Key headless. Perhaps it's best it stays that way. Then let's face Theos. When this is all over, I'll... As you wish. Hey.
Well?
You understand the value of a mystery watcher, a buried scroll, a hidden truth. You unravel a thread watcher, one you have lost and discovered over generations, and following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning. A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Woodika's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them? A song the world knows and tires of. The droning chorus repeated again and again. Better the improvised melody, the unfolding chant. The listeners sit rapt, and just when they think they have the tune, it changes again. Even the gods. No end, Watcher. That is the purpose. None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. In a way. But something must be done, and hurling them from the machinery of other schemes is the truest course of action. That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
Yes?
Hey.
Brave Dalfilathilim. Yes?
What?
Hey. Hey.
Well? Kurt!
Yes?
How may I help? Aye?
Well?
Lavaru beyond seek!
Well?
That's not very helpful. Hey.
Curse you!
Do you cease to see me? I shall end.
Aye?
They're one fewer now.
Brave Dalfilathilim.
Gotta be more careful. That's not very helpful.
Stand still!
What?
That's not very helpful.
Parathis!
Not getting through me.
I'll let... Well? No!
Stand!
What is it? As you... No!
How may I help? Hey.
Following your lead.
Ulikna!
Let's end this! No!
Brave Dalfilathilim.
Lavaru beyond...
Aye?
Lavaru beyond seek!
Moen Ixi Ana. Ruach 10! Your tale ends here! I'll let Margaret's fire bless
Aye? You're not getting through me.
Leave it to me!
Blast! Fight on, my friends!
Curses!
Hey,
Leave it to me!
how may I...
Ruach 10! Yes? What?
Hey,
Let's end this!
aye? How may I help?
Yes. Of course.
Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen?
You give me any more gifts,
I am
and people will
trusting
start
you to
thinking you're
remain
playing
loyal to the
favorites.
gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than me to answer to. But you will answer to me as well.
I'm not going anywhere like this.
I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders.
Hey,
Yes.
You are ready to give a confession?
I am ready to hear one from you.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here? It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it. We are in a sanctum holy to Utica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me. That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build. They are monuments to Udica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day. But my work is not yet complete. The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound. What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked? Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things. We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months. You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them. How did you find it? Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason. That woman did more in her misery than most accomplish with their clear, ignorant minds. If only she had obeyed. Such a waste of rare talent and intellect. What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
We were being invaded, not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They gave me one. It didn't last, but what does?
Neither faith nor loyalty in your case, I think. Your god deserved better from his follower. You have devoted yourself to studying the work of my people. Why?
Because I believe we can learn from the past and use that knowledge to better ourselves. I wanted Rauatai to surpass the Anguithians, build—
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you? You are living in the time of my people, Amawa. You owe them more than you will ever comprehend, and so it shall ever be. Greater civilizations than yours have attempted to reclaim what we buried. The greater their successes, the worse their fates in the end. You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain, 11 of a dozen. Why not you? Were you somehow different?
There was a message there, whether she meant it or not.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Theos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it. Without her hand to guide you, you could not strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox. State your name and purpose, young acolyte.
My name belonged to the gods and my hand to their service. No more.
You serve none but yourself. Without contact with your order, you can have no higher purpose. Only the base concern—
And I should have done it years before. I'd rather live in uncertainty than servitude.
And that uncertainty would lead you where it leads everyone. To doubt, to emptiness, to the many cruelties inspired by disbelief. You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives. I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you? But our business was concluded long ago. You think your abilities only flow in one direction. That isn't how it works, I'm afraid. Not for me. For all that you saw of my soul in the sanitarium, I saw as much of yours. I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it. The heart of this country has skipped a beat, nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his— When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls. It is to show the proper perspective. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our God's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark. And replaced it with one far worse. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust. For all my years, I have seen exactly what they are capable of. What the apostate asked was beyond any man. All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way. We are all controlled by our own doubts. With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for...
Brave Dalphila.
Well?
Yes?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Hey.
Yes?
What? Moe Ixi Ana. What is it?
Hey.
Well?
Following your lead.
Yes?
Yes. I'm on your side. Yes.
Aye? Rith ul Ligna!
What?
Following your lead.
Hey.
How may I help?
Well?
That isn't going as I hoped.
Lava rule.
Yes?
How may I help?
Yes.
Moet Pixie Nana.
What?
I wish you no harm. How may I help?
What is it? Lava.
Yes?
Close your eyes. Well?
Lava.
Well?
Yes?
Close your eyes.
Your thoughts must float.
What?
Artek wood.
Hey.
What?
Yes?
The roar.
Hey.
Lava.
Hey, do you mind?
Yes?
Yes?
All those lifetimes spent to preserve a single vital secret. I can't imagine having...
Thousands of souls he has tortured. Would that he could live those sufferings 1,000 times himself.
He was good at serving his god, I give him that. But he should have picked a better one. He spent his lives, more than any of us will ever know. For what? Binding the world to a lie. Could a man like that ever be redeemed?
No! You cannot allow this. He will have no reminders. He will not remember the message we wrote on his fragmented bones and carved into his flesh. The lesson we burned into his soul.
You were kinder to that man than I would have been. As you wish. Astounding. I always knew the Leaden Key stood for something big, but I didn't quite realize what I'd gotten myself into. And now... But even if you send the souls somewhere specific now, who knows what the next turn of the wheel will make of them? We can't really control what happens to them. Nor should we try. I had to see the monster Theos had become to realize that. It's your decision, of course. And whatever you decide...
Theos may be gone, but his crimes, Yet before you lies an opportunity to heal, to restore. Only through the healing of families, repairing the bonds between parent and child, reforging the shattered links between people will long remember the legacy. Let them also remember...
Theos, he had hold of your soul from a long time back, seems like. You get what you needed from him? More than most can say. Country's still full of people who are dangerous when they're You'll be feeling better soon, then. Good. That's real good. We got a lot of people out there thinking they've been abandoned by their gods. If it was in my power, and I know it's not, but if it was, I'd send every last one of those souls right back where they were supposed to. After what you've been through, though, I'm sure you got your own ideas.
We've come to the end of it, my friend. It has been an honor.
Ah, the end of the road greets us at last. You fared well, Watcher. Better than any Watcher has right to. But with that trial's end, a new one begins.
What is it?
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale, pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun and Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Dyrwood than the one you had left. At your direction, the souls diverted by Theos were guided back to the vessels originally meant for them. For the first time, parents of hollow-born children woke to the cries of their infants and looked into their eyes to see them staring back. People fell to their knees where they stood, thanking Helia or Mogren or even Aethys for their forgiveness of whatever guilt they felt they bore. But for all the relief that had come to some parents, others only found new grief. For many thousands of Hollowborn had died during Wide One's legacy, many by their parents' own hands. For those children, there would be no homecoming. Yet the last Hollow birth was in the past now, and those parents willing to risk trying for a new child were frequently rewarded, often with twins. Many felt they saw Helia's hand in it, and the year would be remembered as the year of Helia's splendor. Gilded Vale remained under the harsh rule of Lord Radric, who reigned unopposed after the death of his cousin Kolsh. He continued to terrorize the people of Gilded Vale, looking for Aerthasians in their midst. But to Radric, the sudden and unexpected end to Widewind's legacy came as a sign of the success and righteousness of his efforts, and in time his own people came to believe it too. He relaxed his use of authority, no longer seeing his own people as potential threats, and Gilded Vale began to regain some of its old luster. Following the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But order was soon re-established by the Knights of the Crucible, who, despite their depleted numbers, had gained favor in the public eye for their role in the unraveling of the conspiracy surrounding Widewind's legacy, and were quickly reinforced by returning forces from Fleetbreaker Castle. For the Knights, their resurgence marked a return to the tradition as well. Having seen firsthand the dangers presented by dabblers in animancy, the Order quickly abolished the practice internally, preferring the familiarity of their hammers and forges to the uncertainties of Essence and Adra. Their identity rediscovered, the Knights suppressed their political aspirations and began once again to train their recruits in the art of blacksmithing, recapturing the post-revolutionary ideals of Dyrwood and regaining the respect of its citizens as a result. Though the machine atop Ter Noaneth had been disabled, it had not seen its last use. Heritage Hill was rebuilt, and no sooner had the first families moved in to resettle the district than members of the Leaden Key, acting under standing orders from their Grand Master, climbed the tower and reactivated the machine. The initiates slew a handful of the new settlers under cover of night and watched as history repeated itself, the victims reanimating and devouring the survivors. After this second incident, the district would remain abandoned. The Duke's assassination at the apparent hands of an animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay. But those who had escaped the melee in the palace hearings remembered the testimonies of the strange guest who had shown up that day and absolved animancy, implicating the Leaden Key instead. The rumor spread quickly, and soon the popular belief was that the assassin had been a Leaden Key spy. When the legacy had lifted, People came to see it not as a sign that the riots had been according to the gods' wishes, as Theos had hoped, but as a confirmation that animancy had never been the source of the problem in the first place. Deerwoodans instead convinced themselves that the riots had somehow purged Defiance Bay of Leaden Key spies, and that the end of Whitewind's legacy was their well-deserved reward. The rage against animancers was quickly forgotten, and those who had survived were permitted to return to Brackenberry Sanitarium and rebuild it so they might resume their studies. The rejuvenation of Cadnua was a short-lived endeavor. While the rise of a new master had presented new hopes of the keep being restored to its former glory, time proved otherwise. Plans for maintenance of the structure were postponed time and time again, until ultimately they were scrapped altogether, their master's priorities lying elsewhere. Pallegina had missed the opportunity to complete her mission from the Duke's Bells. The Deerwood's trade with Air Glanfath remained weak, but the Valian Republics were unable to enter Glenfathan markets. For her repeated insubordination and loss of lucrative trade, Pallegina was cast out of the Brotherhood of Five Suns. She traveled north of the Eastern Reach, where she tried to avoid trouble as a caravan guard, but she could not escape the strange looks and unwanted attention her appearance brought. Adair chose not to return home. Still conflicted as to his role in the Saints' War and unsure of his place in the Deerwood, he took a ship to Adir and reunited with his parents. There, he resumed the quiet lifestyle he had grown accustomed to in his years as a farmhand in Gilded Vale. When the dust settled in Sun and Shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ixarchanon, his former master. He saw where the Grand Master had gone wrong and what would be required to undo the harm Theos had wrought. With a flick of his wrist, he burned Theos's robe, headdress, and every other symbol of the man's power. Never again, he vowed, should Kith live in fear and blind obedience to an authority they did not understand. Armed with the knowledge and courage he had gained on his journeys with the Watcher, he set out on the long and lonely task of dismantling the Leaden Key. After all that he had learned in the Watcher's company, Kanarua could no longer see meaning in his pursuit of the Tanvi Oratoa. He decided to leave what remained of it within the depths of the Endless Paths and return home. Kana bid the Watcher farewell and sailed back to Rawatai, spending the tempestuous journey reflecting on the time he had lost to the pursuit of falsehoods. His family found Kana much changed, his fiery excitement replaced with a weary solemnity. Determined to change his wandering ways, Kana took up a quiet life as a lorekeeper at the college, teaching young students the traditions of their people. With Theos defeated and the souls released from Sun and Shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. Durrance continued to blame Woodica for the atrocities of the Saints' War. Believing Magrin to have been a pawn in the machinations of the Queen that was, and feeling that Theos's expulsion had been a step towards reconciliation with his goddess, Durrance tried for a time to reopen communication with her. When only silence came, he took it as a condemnation of his continued existence. Ultimately, he built a pyre and threw himself upon it, using his own shattered staff as kindling. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions, and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.